Hello everyone, welcome to this session. We are waiting for participants to join. In the time we wait, please go through our social media platforms and our meetup communities. I've shared the link in the chat box. Hello everyone, welcome to this session. So till the time we wait for participants to join, go through our social media platforms and our meetup communities. I've shared the link in the chat box.
और क्या करें करें
Welcome everyone. We start this session by 10:10. Till the time go through our social media platforms and our meetup communities. I've shared the link in the chat box. Hello everyone. Uh, Mansi, am I audible clearly?
Yes, Shobhi, you're audible. You can go ahead.
Okay. So hello and welcome everyone. I'm Shub Parmar, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. Yeah, so the topic for today is AI-102 develop AI solutions in Azure. About the ATC community, this webinar is hosted by the ATC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, IoT, open source development, and DevOps. Today's event is sponsored by Synergetics. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solutions provider in India offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with tools and knowledge to succeed. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics, which is persona based onboarding, onboarding, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with the fundamental certification, then advances to advanced role based certification, and finally to expert level certification. We run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, and Indore. Those are interested to join this community, please log into the Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. So introducing our speaker, Ms. Mansi Sahane. She's an IoT, data analytics, and ML consultant and trainer associated with Synergetics. She's a very capable consultant experienced in training and skilling, designing learning curriculums, and mentoring professionals in various organizations. She's a learning consultant, content developer, corporate trainer, moderator with multitude years of experience. She has played many roles and provided skilling solutions for multiple organizations. So the agenda for this webinar is introduction to Azure AI services, implementing computer vision, working with natural language processing, building conversational AI solutions, designing, deploying, and securing AI solutions. This is the 7 hours of learning plan, which will include 1 day webinar, self learning plan, mentoring and exam prep session, and knowledge assessment. Uh, we are also providing the learning achievement badges like every time for AI-102, which includes an overview of the module topics which are related to this webinar. You can share this badges on your LinkedIn and X profile as well. To get the badges activated, you just need to follow the steps you can see on the screen and redeem the badges. You have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note, participants are not allowed to take screenshot of the presentation or cannot do screen recording. I would like to take a moment to share some information about the certification workshops we conduct at Synergetics. This Saturday webinars you have been attending are designed to give you a brief overview and summary of the full course content. However, the actual certification training programs of these courses run over 4 days, and we are currently offering them at a special discounted rate exclusively for webinar attendees. List of in-demand certification courses we are currently focusing on. For more details, I'll share contact to one of my colleague, Mr. Vivek Balasundaram. For more details regarding this courses, you can connect with him. All right, everyone, it's time for a quick quiz. We'll to make our session more interactive and fun. We have 5 questions lined up, and each one will test your knowledge of today's topic. Don't worry, it's all about learning. So think of this as a chance to check how much you have picked up. Let's go. So drop your answers in the chat box. Okay, everyone. I want everyone to answer. Which Azure service is commonly used for building, training, and deploying machine learning models? Quickly drop your answers in the chat box, guys. Answer, is it A, B, C, or D? Everyone, quickly drop your answers in the chat box. I can see very few of them answering. I want everyone to answer. See, don't worry, it's just for your knowledge. So, the correct answer is option C. Azure Machine Learning is the right answer. We'll jump to the next question. Uh, Azure Cognitive Services are best described as what? So A, B, C, or D. Quickly drop your answers, guys. Come on, everyone. Answer correctly. Quickly drop your answers, guys. I can see very few of them answering. I request everyone to please answer. So the right answer is option A. Pre-built AI models for vision, speech, language, and decision making. We'll jump to the next question. What service would you use in Azure to implement a chatbot with natural language understanding? Quickly drop your answers, guys. So yes, B is the right answer. Azure bot service with language understanding is the right answer. Question: which of the following ensures AI solutions in Azure follow ethical guidelines? Quickly drop your answers, guys. Yes, B is the right answer. Responsible AI framework. Jump to the next question. This is the last question, guys. To analyze and recognize objects in images, which Azure service should be used? Quickly drop your answers, guys. This is the last question. Yes, that's correct. B is the right answer. Azure Computer Vision API. So everyone, that's it. So do follow us on our social media platforms to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, and certifications training we do. I've already shared the link in the chat box. I'll share it again. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me. Now we'll hand over the mic to a speaker. Mansi ma'am, you can take over from here.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you so much, Shub. A very good morning to everyone. So, as Shub said, my name is Manasi Shamane, and I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. And I have been training in the data and AI domain for a very long time now. And I'll be conducting the webinar for today. So, let's just talk about what we are going to see, what is the agenda, etc. Let's just talk about that and then we will start off with the webinar. So, guys, this is just a webinar, it's not a training. So, here we will not be going in depth of a lot of things. We will be doing an overview of every module that is there in this particular topic. So this webinar that we are here gathered here, okay, is going to be just till 5 o'clock in the evening, but we'll try and wrap it up as early as possible because I know it's a weekend. So nobody wants to sit till the evening, correct? So we will try and wrap it up as soon as possible so that you all are free for the rest of the evening on the weekend. So this is a certification webinar that we are gathered here to understand. It's a very popular certification of Microsoft nowadays because we all know that AI is becoming so popular. It's becoming so, every enterprise, every common man also nowadays has started using AI, right? Their job drafting an email, asking questions, and all those things. In any industry you go, we all know that AI is growing and is going to continue growing as and when data also increases in it. Correct? So this is what we are going to see today. So we are going to look at a very popular certification of Microsoft that is called as AI-102, which is Microsoft Certified Azure AI Engineer Associate. Okay, so this is the certificate that we are going to see, or we are going to rather talk about an overview, a quick overview we will be giving about this. So, what is this certification exactly is what we are going to understand today. So, we will see some theoretical concepts. So, what I will do is in the first half, before we take a lunch break. So, yes, there will be breaks in the middle. So, one we will take around 11:30, 11:45, wherein you all can just take some tea, coffee break. Then we will be taking a lunch break of 45 minutes, not long because we will have to, then we will start with the next part and we will just see some demos. So whatever theoretical concepts are there, I would like to complete it in the first half before we go for the lunch break. And then in the second half, all the demos related to whatever topics we see, we will be covering that and we'll try and finish it up, wrap it up as soon as possible. So latest by 4:30, let's say 4:30, we should wind up the session. So coming to so this is how it is going to be conducted. So this is the agenda that we will be looking at. But now let's come to the topic. What is exactly this certification? What kind of modules are there? How is the exam conducted? Right? If in case you all do want to give, you want to do a self, you want to prepare on your own and you all want to give the exam, correct? So what is the pattern of the exam? Where can you go and schedule the exam? All those things I will be also covering in the webinar. So when we talk about Azure AI over here, now what does this certification, just to give you a brief idea of this certification, this is nothing but talking about AI services, but on the Azure cloud. We all know that there are so many organizations out there that have a lot of AI tools, right? We have AWS, who has its own AI on its own platform, cloud platform. It has its own AI tools. We have Google, who has its own tools. We have Meta, that is Facebook. Earlier name was Facebook, now it is Meta, which has their own AI services. Correct? So similar to that, Azure also has its own AI services. So there are, if you want to use those services on the Azure cloud, this is what this certification basically covers. So here you will be learning everything about what AI covers, but on the Azure cloud. You want to work with Gen AI, you want to work with deep learning, you want to work with Yeah, not the traditional machine learning is covered, or you want to work with agentic AI. Okay. All those services that we talk about here, or all that broad aspect of AI that is there, it is covered in this certification. So let's look at now when you go and give this certification. So Microsoft has this habit of measuring you or testing you, right? That is why they conduct the certification. So when they measure or they test you on certain skills, or they measure you on certain skills. So whenever you go and give this certification, okay, there are certain skills that it is going to measure you during the exam. So that is what is covered also. So when you also go and study for this certification, you are basically studying on those skills. You're getting or you're acquiring those skills that are there. So over here also, if I have to talk about now what skills are covered, let's just understand them. So skills measured. The first skill that you will be measured on is plan and manage and Azure AI solution. Now, what does this skill talk about basically? This skill is going to talk about the, just a second. Yeah. So this skill is going to talk about the very beginning or the very basics of the Azure AI solution. That is, how can you use the Azure AI platform, okay, to create a AI solution. So at times there might be requirement, like I said, AI is a very broad term. It includes machine learning, it includes deep learning, it includes the generative AI, and now it also includes the agentic AI. So if I what kind of solution, what kind of application do you want to build, right? That is put or that is basically covered or taught at the beginning. How do you actually start with the AI solution? Start developing what kind of solution do you want to start with? Is what is covered in the first skill or is measured in the first skill. So over here, we will be understanding certain concepts. So if you have to start and create, because here, let me tell you, you don't have to create any model. Okay, what is an AI model? That also I'll cover. But you don't have to create a model from scratch. Use some coding like Python and develop a model. You don't have to do any of that. Okay, you don't have to start off with that. What you have to do is there will be a model ready for you. Okay, there is a ready-made model that is given. You just have to use that model and you have to develop your AI solution. Develop an Azure on the Azure cloud, develop your AI solution. That's all you are supposed to do. Nothing. Okay, there is nothing that you will be doing over here. So you don't have to develop the model, write a logic, write a programming language, use one of them and write your custom model, a custom AI model. So here there are ready-made models given to you that Microsoft has trained, and they say, okay, you use this and start developing your AI solution. So that is what we will be basically seeing. So we will not be seeing how to create a custom AI model. I will not be showing all that. Okay, we will not be developing. We will be using one of these AI models and we will be developing our applications around it. We will be building our applications using those existing AI models that is available on the Azure cloud. So this is the first skill you will be measured. Now in the exam, so when you go and give the exam also, yeah. So when you go and give the exam, now these skills have certain weightage, right? Because there are like, if I talk about the exam, if I give you all a quick overview of the exam as well. So in the exam, there will be around, like, because now this exam that is there are no practical implementations that will be done. Okay, so when you go and give the exam, in case in the future or something, once you prepare on your own and you want to go and give the exam, so there is no practical questions. There will be no practical questions. That is, practically, you don't have to implement anything. Okay. Just what kind of questions will be there? It is going to be a completely MCQ based exam. Completely MCQ based. But the kind of questions that they will ask you is going to be more practical, like related to more practical scenarios, okay, real life scenarios that are there. So they will ask you like this company, that company, all those real life scenario questions that you have to think how it will actually be implemented practically. You don't have to show it to them in the exam. All you have to do is actually think how it is going to be done practically, and those kind of questions you will be tested on. Okay, there will be questions that will be there and you will be measured like that only. So there will be practical, real life scenarios, all MCQ based questions only. It's not going to be different at all. It's all going to have MCQs to it. Okay, so this is the kind of questions and the range of questions. So it is going to depend on person to person. The day you give the exam, that also matters here. So it's not that because I gave the exam, I got around 44, 45 questions or at times 50 questions. You might even get more questions. Okay, so it all depends. So the standard range, I can't give you, like, I can't tell you, okay, this is the number of questions you will get. No, there's no fixed number to it. There is always every person gets different number of questions. So there will be around 50, 40 to 60 questions. This is the standard range of questions that will be there. In any actually exam, if you give of Microsoft, this is the standard range of questions that are asked. So there will be 40 to 60 questions. There is no negative marking. Okay. If you might be thinking there is a negative marking that happens, no. In case you incorrectly answer, then it is not going to be negatively marked. It will be only marked as 0. So please go attempt all the questions that are there. So the duration of the exam is 100 minutes. But when you go and schedule the exam, there is around, they like when you schedule, it is around 120 minutes. But the duration is actual duration, if I have to say. So 20 minutes they keep aside for some assessment or something that they do. But yeah, there is around 100 minutes of exam. The actual duration is 100 minutes. Now, when you go and give this exam, uh, the exam is divided into 3 sections. Okay, the exam is divided into 3 sections. So the first section that you will get, okay, you have to listen to this very carefully because that is how the exam pattern is. This is how Microsoft conducts is if any exam. So in case not just this exam, any other exam you want to give. So this is how it does, not the fundamental ones, the associate level exams. So any associate level exams, if you go and give, this is how it is going to conduct. So the first section, now these sections that I'm listing down can come in any order. It's not that it will come in the order that I mentioned. It can come in any order. Okay, so it is going to come like section 1 can come as section 2, or section 2 can come as section 1, section 3 can come as section 2. It can come in any order, but the way, I mean, the what questions will be asked inside that is not going to change, or the way the section is built, that is not going to change over here. So talking about the first section, yeah, now talking about the first section over here. So section 1, I give it a name as section 1, but like I said, this can come anyhow. So section 1 is going to have case study based questions. Okay, these are going to be, so there will be a big long case study, a really, really long case study that will be given to you. Okay, so you have to read that. And related to that case study. One case study only will be there. There will be no two case studies. Like I said, it's a very big case study or a long case study that will be given to you. So you will be asked around 4 to 6 questions, okay, to that section when you go and you give the when you go and give this section. So there will be around 4 to 6 questions that will be there. So this now in this section, now when you go and attempt this, you can review the answers that you give to the 4 to 6 or whichever questions are there in this section. You can give, you can review the answers, change the answers, move across any question you like. Let's say you don't know the answer of this question, you want to move to the next, and then you want to come back to that question and you want to give the answer. So you can do all of that. Okay, you can move across any question you like. But okay, once you submit this section, you attempt all the questions inside it, review them, and you go ahead and you click on the submit button for this section. So it doesn't indicate your exam is over. It's just indicating that this section is over. Now, if you go ahead and submit this section, you can't go back to it. I repeat, you will not be able to go back to that section. So once you submit the section, click on the button, it is submitted. So when you go in the final, when you're going to go and finally submit your exam, so the questions that are there in this case study section, you will not be asked. Okay, you will not be asked to review them. Sorry, this is case study based question. So there will be no questions that will come in the review section. So there's a review tab or a review section before you submit your final, you finally submit the exam. There will be a review tab that will be there, and you will see all those. You will not see these questions because once you submit this section, the entire section is marked as complete. It has already been given marks to it. Okay, so this is the first section that is there. Then section 2, this is the most, this is the section where the maximum number of questions will be asked. So there will be around 37 to 40 questions that will be asked in the exam or in this section. Now in this section, not 40, but yeah, around 35, 37. But yeah, I remember like when I gave AI-102, I had 56 questions. So in section 2 only itself, there were 40 questions that were there, 40 to 44 questions. So it depends. Like I said, it is going to depend totally, first of all, on what day you are giving the exam, at what time are you giving the exam. So all these factors do play, and it depends on person to person. So those 20 minutes, like I told you, why are they kept aside? Because at the beginning of the exam, there is some assessment that they do. Okay, there is an assessment that is done. Like they ask you like it's not technical questions that they ask you. They ask you very non-technical questions like how good you are with this skill, what is your level, are you a beginner or a novice for this particular skill, all those kind of questions come. So that is why they keep those 20 minutes aside for it. And you have to just answer. And then once you answer them based on that, I don't know whether it affects it or not. But yeah, you have to give that assessment at the beginning. And then the exam is launched, and then you get the exam and you can go ahead. And in 100 minutes, you have to answer all these questions, the number of questions that you get. So this is the section that has the maximum number of questions. It can totally depend. Now in this section, you can review the answers. This section, whenever it comes, okay, this is the last section that you submit. And once you submit this section, your exam is over. Your exam is complete. Though this comes in the middle, or it can come in the beginning, or yeah, only in these two places. But once you submit this section, your exam is over and you'll get the score immediately. Yes, another important thing that I forgot to mention, that your exam, in order to clear this exam and get AI-102 certification, okay, the passing marks are 700 out of 1000. That is, at least you have to get 70% of the questions right. Okay, you have to get at least 70% of the questions right. So this is what is so once you submit the exam, immediately you get your result. You come to know whether you've cleared the exam or you've failed the exam. You get that score, that result immediately. So, and along with that, you also get analytics like which section are you good, which section are you poor, which section do you have to work, etc. All of that you get, not section, but the skills that we will be talking about over here. So this is the passing marks. You have to score at least 700 out of 1000 to clear the exam. Okay, in order to clear the exam. So you have section 2. There are around 37 to 40 questions. Like I said, no negative marking. And in this section, it's not going to be a case study, this thing. Very small scenarios will be given to you. And here you will be able to review the answers. You will be able to come back to this section. And like I said, this is the last section you submit. So you can definitely move across any question in case you don't know the answer for a particular question. You can definitely move to the next question and come back to that question. That is totally possible over here as well. Okay. And in in this section, you get very much straightforward questions like fill in the blanks, match the following, sequence out certain tasks, certain actions. So there will be a list of actions that will be given. You just have to organize them, order them in a sequence. What will come first? What will come second? That's all you have to do. Those kind of questions will be asked here. Very much direct questions will be there. Okay, sometimes there will be direct questions that will be there. So this is the maximum number of questions that will come in this section. So you can just take your time in this section because like I said, this is the last section you will be submitting. Then the third section, this is a very, very important section. You have to pay maximum attention here when you give the exam. Now, why is that? Because in this question, now in this section, there will be only 3 questions. Okay, only 3 questions will be asked. All the 3 questions that will be there will be a series of questions, will be the part of, okay, they are all going to be all 3 questions that will be there. They are going to be a part of the same series. So what kind of questions are asked over here? You will get a big, long practical scenario. Okay, there will be a scenario that will be given, and there will be a problem that will be there. Okay, there will be a problem that, okay, there is this thing is happening, this thing has happened. How can you solve this problem? So in the question, you will be given a scenario, there will be a problem, and along with that, okay, along with that, there will be a solution also given in the question. Yes, in the question itself, you will find a solution. Now, what do you have to do? All you have to do is state whether the given solution in the question is going to solve the problem or it is not going to solve the problem. So over here, there are going to be only 2 options that will be given to you. Yes, if the solution will solve the problem, or no, if the solution will not solve the problem. So only 2 options you have to select from, yes or no. It's up to you all. You all only have to select that. Is it a yes or is it going to be a no? So if the solution given in the question is going to solve the problem, then you select yes. If it is not going to solve the problem, select no. Now, all these questions, like I said, the 3 questions, they're a part of the same series. So when you go to the next question in this section, what is going to happen? The problem is going to remain the same. The scenario is going to remain the same. What is going to change is the solution for it. So 3 questions, there will be 3 different solutions. All you have to do is say yes or no. But now comes a catch in this section. I told you this is a very important and you have to pay most attention when you solve this section, right? When you give this exam. So Yeah. So in this section, when you go and give the first question, let's say you mark the answer, it's a yes, let's say, I'm just giving an example, and you move to the next question in this section, and you realize, oh, the answer that I gave for the first question was not yes, it is no. So over here, guys, once you give the answer to any question and you move to the next question, sorry, you will not be able to go back. So these questions also don't appear in the final review section, review tab before you submit the exam. So you have to be very careful. So in section 1 or the case study, when you're going and you're giving the answers, you can still review the questions. But here, once you give the answer and you move to the next question and you want to go back and see what answer you have given, you can't do that. You can't go back. So that is why you have to be very careful, take maximum time to solve this section. Only two options. You have to be careful. Why? Because once you answer, you will not be able to go back and review the answer or change the answer to this question, to the questions that you give. So the answer that you give. So you have to be very, very careful over here. So this is how the exam is. This is how the exam looks like. Okay. Now, this exam is, if you have to go and give this exam, Microsoft conducts this exam through another organization, which is called as Pearson View. Sorry. This is the organization that conducts the exam on behalf of Microsoft, AWS also, or Python Institute also, but here Microsoft. So when you go and schedule the exam, now there are two ways you can give the exam. One is you can be at home at your house and you can give the exam. So, but when you're at home and you want to give the exam, first thing is ensure that you have very good bandwidth. You have a good internet connection, because this exam that you're going to give is constantly going to be supervised. Don't think there will be no supervisor. Yes, there will be a person through your camera. So you have to give up control of your laptop. When you give it from your house, you have to give entire control up to that person. And he or she, so there will be a proctor, it's called as a proctor or a supervisor, will be monitoring your exam constantly. Are you trying to cheat or not? All those things, okay, they will be trying to do. They will be trying to see. So when you give the exam, first of all, you have to have a private space, because nobody should come and disturb you. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the exam. You will not be allowed to give the exam. So that's the first thing that you have to keep in mind. You will have to, because you have to share, I mean, you have to share your camera. You have to constantly you have to constantly share your camera. You have to, so for that, it requires good bandwidth. It requires a very high bandwidth. So if you don't have that, okay, you will not be able to give the exam. So that is one thing. Second is you have to give up the control of your laptop. You need a private space. Nobody can come and disturb you because you're constantly being monitored or proctored. So you have to have that. And if somebody comes I mean, when you're giving the exam and somebody comes, so they consider it as cheating. You're trying to cheat. So that shouldn't be the case. So you have to give yourself, there has to be a private space that is there. You have to allocate. So in case you don't have all these, you don't have your own laptop, you don't have a good internet connection, you don't have a private space. Okay. Keep in mind, please use a personal laptop. If you don't have your personal laptop, you're using a company laptop. So there are certain things that are blocked. Like on the office laptop, you're not allowed to install third-party softwares. Correct? You're not allowed to do that. So, just keep in mind that you have to I mean, you will have to install a Pearson View software. So there's a Pearson View software that you have to install, and then only you will be able to give the exam. So if you have those restrictions on your company laptop, then the other way that you can do is you can go to a nearby test center. So Pearson, you has a lot of test centers in your country, in your region. So select the nearest test center to you and go and give the exam. So you just have to take a valid ID proof. So don't take your Aadhaar card. Aadhaar card is not considered in their system to be a valid ID proof. So you can take your driver's license, or you can take, if you have a passport, then you can take a passport. But driver's license is considered as the ID proof. So you just have to take one of the ID proofs and go to a nearby test center. They have everything set up over there. Just you have to go and give the exam. So you don't have to worry about your internet not working on that day and etc. All those things. So just keep that in mind when you go and give the exam. Okay, so you will have to be careful with that. So yeah. So this is the exam, how you can go and give the exam and appear for the exam. Okay, so you will have to go to, I'll give you the link also. I will be sharing the link shortly with you all once we complete the webinar for today. I will share the link in the chat so that in case you all want to go and study for the exam, so you know where to go and prepare, and this is where you can go and prepare for the exam. Now coming back to the skills that will be measured in the exam. So the first skill that is going to be measured is plan and implement how to set up the AI services on Azure is what you will be understanding in the very first skill. So you will be measured, like I said, there are questions that will be asked, right? 40 to 60 questions. So from this skill, you will be asked around, I think it's 20 to 25%. So here in the bracket that I'm mentioning, it is a weightage. Okay, here I'm mentioning the weightage of the questions that can come from each skill. So from this skill, there will be around 20 to 25% of the questions. So you can see this is going to be the most important skill in your exam when you go and give. And this is the major, this is a very, very important skill that is there. So this is the first skill that is there, or one of the skills that will be measured for you in the exam. So maximum number of questions will come from this skill. Then the second skill that you will be tested on or measured on is called as implement generative AI solutions. Okay, using Azure only, you will be learning how to build generative AI applications, how to use the generative AI on the Azure platform. So we all know that Microsoft has a tie-up with OpenAI, right? So you have the OpenAI models, you have not just OpenAI, you have all the other models also that you can use and use the Azure portal and develop your AI, generative AI. So you talk about GPT, you talk about Llama models, you talk about the Gemini models. You can use any of those models and you can use the Azure ecosystem and you can build your Azure, build your generative AI application or generative AI solutions. So this is your generative AI. So from this section, there will be around 15 to 20% of the questions that will be asked. So a very important section again, a very important skill in terms of your exam. Then the third skill that will be there, because nowadays we all know that another part of the AI has come in, which is called as the agentic AI. So what is this agentic AI, etc.? I'll explain it to you all also. We will be understanding that and we will see a simple demo on that, like I told you. So over here also, this is being introduced in the AI-102 curriculum now, because agentic AI is relatively new. It's been like, I think in April or so, or March or so of this year, it was launched. I mean, it was introduced. This concept was introduced, correct? So it's relatively new. It's coming up, but it's there. It's still there, and you will be measured. So at least one or two questions from this skill will be asked in the exam. Okay, it was going to be asked in the exam. So there will be so there is a skill that is implement an agentic solution, and there will be around 5 to 10% of the questions from this skill. Not many questions will be asked in this particular skill. Very small topic, not a big topic also, if we have to look at it. So very small topic is there. So that is what we will be seeing. So what we will do instead, I earlier told you, like, we will be covering up all the theory in the first half and then the demos. We'll do one thing. We will take one module. We will take we will do the theory of that. Very, I mean, simple theory overview. There's not much also. After one point, it kind of gets repetitive. Okay. So we will do one thing. We will take one skill, one module, and we will be doing the theory, and then immediately I will show you all the demo on that, because then it's kind of fresh and you know the concept also. So we will do like that. We will do the topic, we will do the theory, and then we will do the demos or practical implementation we will be seeing. So this is what we will try and cover. Okay, this is how we will conduct the webinar. And we'll, of course, try and wrap it up as soon as possible. So don't worry, we will try and cover that up very soon. So this is the third, the third skill that will be measured. Then you have the next skill, that is implement computer vision, okay, solutions, which is around 10 to 15% of the questions weightage. Not much, very little. So it's a very simple module also, very straightforward. Sorry, very straightforward, not at all difficult. Very simple, very straightforward. So not much theory again in this section, but a lot of practical implementation. But yeah, so this basically talks about how you can work with computer vision. It talks about how you can work with the images, with audio, not with audio, with video, sorry, something that is displayed, like a picture or a video. So how can you analyze them and build AI solutions on that, work with images? So that is what this particular computer vision module talks about, or skill measures you on. So if you want to work with images, because on generative AI, you can generate anything. But let's say you have certain images, certain videos, and you want to get it analyzed, you want to predict the outcome. So that is what basically is done using this workload. So this is one of the workloads of the generative AI. Okay, this is one of the workloads of the generative AI. Now the next skill that is there is implement natural language processing solutions, okay, which is 15 to 20%. Okay, this is 15 to 20% of the question. So this is a very, very important skill, if I have to tell you, because your LLMs, right, that is the large language models that are used in generative AI. Basically, it is built on top of the NLP. That is the NLP model, which we will discuss, okay, in not in depth, but as an overview. Like I said, I will be discussing about it, but it is something that is built. So the very foundation of LLM or the Gen AI models that we say, it or the GPT model also that we talk about, it is your natural language processing. So if you want to work with the natural languages, that is text, speech, audio, right? All of this is your senses, your natural and the way you say. So if you want, if somebody is saying something, like now currently, if you don't understand what I'm talking about, so you can just there is a subtitle option that you can enable. With what it is doing, it is converting my speech to text. Or if you want to read a document, okay, or you don't have the patience to read, but you can listen to it, like how we have audio books, right? We have audio books nowadays. On Amazon, you get those audio books. So people don't want to read, but they prefer to listen. So you can, what do? They convert. So somebody can actually read that book. Somebody has already read that book also. Okay, and you can convert it. So either you use AI to do it, or you can just use one person and you can read the book or something, or the document that is there, right? So that is how you can convert. Now, if anyone has given any, now, if you, let's say, run a hotel and people are giving you reviews and you want to understand the reviews that have been given, what kind of sentiment, sorry, what is the sentiment behind that feedback, behind that review? You want to know, right? So for that, you can use the natural language processing, whether the review that is given is a positive review or is it a negative review? Is it a mixed review? Or is it a neutral review? It's neither positive, neither negative, or it's a combination of both positive and negative. Then you can definitely, then in those scenarios, you can use the NLP solutions, develop NLP solutions. There was a question about the chatbot. I hope everyone is aware about what is a chatbot. Like when we go to any website, like we go and we want to book a flight, we want to book a hotel. So there is not a person who is sitting over there, and you have certain questions that you want to ask the system. How do I cancel the reservation? How do I cancel the bookings? Because you're doing it through some website, let's say like booking.com or Agoda, and you want to know about the cancellation policies. So there is no person who you can contact immediately, but you have the chat box, and these are certain questions that are frequently asked, right? These are some of the questions that are frequently asked by people. So why do you want a person sitting there and answering those questions for you? Whereas you can have a machine, you can have a computer who can sit and just answer those questions on behalf of a human, so that that human can be used somewhere, right? So that is what is the purpose of AI also. We will talk about that. We will be talking about that as well. So this is your NLP. So NLP is a very important module. Okay, it's a very important skill because it's, like I said, it's also the foundation of your LLM. Okay, based on which your GPT models, your LLMs have been built. It is something that is built on top of it itself, right? So that is the next skill that you will be measured. So around 15 to 20% questions will come from this skill. Then the next skill that will be measured, that is then the last and final skill that you will be measured, is called as implement knowledge mining and information extraction solutions. Okay. So now what is this? So this is another workload of your AI, which is called as knowledge mining. The actual workload of this AI is called as knowledge mining. Now, what is knowledge mining? So for example, in our legal system, right, we have a lot of case laws. Now, what are case laws? They are nothing but appeals, judgments, agreements, etc. All of that that has been put as into a repository, right? They have been all compiled and they've been put into a repository. So that is what basically is a case law. So let's say a lawyer or anyone, a law firm or something, wants to refer to one of the case laws. Let's say they have a similar case, and in the past, this case has happened, and they want to see what kind of judgments were made, what kind of appeals were made, what kind of arguments were done by the defense, by the prosecutors. Okay, they want to get that full document. They want to search for it related to their case. So they want to go through that knowledge base, that repository that I said, because somewhere they will be stored, right? Or if you go to your enterprises, you're in your companies, there are a lot of projects that those companies take over, right? Or they do for different clients. So let's say you have a similar project that has come and you want to see, right, in your you want to see what kind of measures were taken, or how was the project done, what was a phase one for that project, what steps were taken, what was written down, what is all of that if you want to extract from your repository. So that is what this knowledge mining does. So what is knowledge mining? As the name says, like you mine something. Like if you want any mineral or something, what do? You mine from the ground, right? You are mining it from the ground and you're extracting it. So it's the same thing here. You're just extracting certain knowledge that you require. So any cases that were done in the past were fought legally. Similar case that happened, what was the judgment and everything, you want to find that out. So there will be a big knowledge base that will be done and will be stored, sorry. And from that knowledge base, you're extracting the information. So if you want to do that, not just that, now we all uh, work in some enterprise, right? I work with Synergetics. You all might be working with some enterprises or organizations, correct? So you might be traveling for some client work, right, to the client location or for some project. You might be traveling to that place. So you might be taking a flight. You might be eating something out, taking the client for lunch, breakfast, or dinner, correct? You might be taking them outside. Now you have done some you have spent some money, right? Or your own money, but it was for the office work, right? You did it for the office work, so you know that you can reimburse those payments that you have done, right? You need to give the receipt or the bill, right? That is what you do. You give a receipt or a bill, and they kind of find out the total, and based on the total, they reimburse it for you, provided you have given the receipt, a copy, or a proof that no, you actually took the client there, and there will be some, you've paid that much. So you need to submit those proofs. So instead of a human sitting and extracting the total and tallying it and doing the total and giving you the reimbursement. So there can be instead of a human, you can replace it with an AI system. So you can use the AI system and extract the information from the receipts. Not just receipts, you have invoices. We all know what is an invoice, right? It's something that the enterprises, if they want to raise uh, the expenditure they want to talk about. So that is what basically an invoice is, right? Wherein they are going to go, and whatever expenses are going to happen, it is mentioned in that invoice, right? It is mentioned in that invoice. So it's like a commercial document that includes the itemized list of goods and services that you will be billing to the client. Will be telling, okay, that this is the item, this is the price of that item, this is the quantity, etc. So you might be creating an invoice of that and billing it to the client. So let's say you want to analyze that. What is the invoice? It's like a bill, basically, right? So you want to see, you want to extract the certain information from that, right? So you can use the information extraction solution, which is also called as the document intelligence. Okay, you can also do that. Like now we go online and we fill certain forms, right? For registration of certain events or certain webinars. Here also you might have you might have filled some forms, right? So now the form has a structure. So you can so now let's say I want to extract the first name, last name, what is the email ID of that person. So I can directly tell the AI system, instead of a human sitting and doing that task manually, let me tell, okay, I'll give the structure, I'll give a blueprint of that and tell the AI system, okay, you go now and extract the name, the first name, and fill it out exactly over here. So if I want to do these kind of actions, if I want to perform, right, these kind of things, if I want to perform, then I can use the Azure AI information extraction solution, which is also called as the document intelligence. Okay, it is also called as the document intelligence. So over here, if I want to perform that, okay, I can do that using the Azure AI solution. So it's called as Yeah. So you can use, so this is what we will be also seeing. Okay. These are individual workloads, like I said. Okay, so these are the things. So these are workloads in AI. Okay. So these are the solution. This is what we will be seeing in our webinar today, one at a time. So I'll explain the concept and we will immediately look at the demo. But before we go ahead and we start understanding every module individually, I before going ahead, let's understand. I want to know from you all. Okay, please put it in the chat. What, according to you all, is AI? Okay, what, according to you all, what is your understanding of AI? Because we all know nowadays, I told you all that AI is something that is gaining popularity, is becoming so important. So, what is AI according to you all? What is the definition of AI? Can you all let me know very quickly in the chat? Yes, guys. What is artificial intelligence? What, according to you all, is the definition of business? What is AI? Can you all tell me very quickly in the chat? Yes, guys. What is artificial intelligence? Yes, absolutely correct. So it's something that mimics our human brain, right? Instead of a human sitting there and doing the analysis for us, right? It is a system, it's a machine basically that helps us to mimic the same exact things that a human would do, take decisions, interpret, right? Predict the outcome, etc. Based on certain factors, based on certain features, right? So that is what basically artificial intelligence is. It's just instead of a human, you have a person who is sitting there and is helping you perform the task. It's a system. It's just exactly like how a human would do. Correct? So over here, yeah. Now, when we say, okay, I have to implement, or you are telling me, okay, there's a human sitting and doing all these things for us. Okay. But when we say, okay, I want to generate something, I want to I want to understand the sentiment of, or understand the image, analyze the image. So let's say in an image, you have three fruits. You have apple, banana, and orange. And you want to identify these fruits. You want to detect these fruits. So all this mimicking and some that is there, somebody has to do it for you, right? Somebody in place of a human has to be there and it has to implement, there has to be a system that has to implement these tasks for you, right? So when we say, okay, all these tasks that are there, who is going to actually do it? So for that, we have a model, right? It is termed as a AI model. Now, what is an AI model? So I told you I want to analyze the images. I want to analyze a video. I want to extract information from the form, from the knowledge base. I want to generate certain text, certain images. I want to detect the sentiment. I want to understand what language is used. Is it German? Is it French? Is it Hindi? What language is used? I want to know that. So who is going to help you do that? It's a system, and that system in AI is called as a model. So it's often termed as AI model. So what is an AI model? An AI model is nothing but a real world. Okay, it's a real world representation. Sorry, it's a statistical. Sorry, I would say it's a statistical representation of real world scenarios. Okay, so all these scenarios that we talked about, let's say a person has come to a bank. Okay, a person's come to a bank and and that person wants a loan. So you have to now, before the bank processes the loan, starts or gives the loan, there are certain factors that it considers before handing out the loan to that person. What are they? What is the gender? What is the income? Is there any property in the name of that person? Okay, all those things against which they give the loan, right? Against which they will give the loan to that person. And yeah, so earlier humans used to do it. Now let's say I give it to the model. So here, what will model do? It will use some mathematics. Okay, it is going to use some mathematics, and there are two purposes that an AI model in general solves. Now you might be thinking, what is the purpose of AI? Yes, it is to mimic your human and develop a system, but there are two purposes to it, right? There are two purposes for the AI. Just 1 second, guys. Yeah. So over here, when I say, okay, AI model, so all of this that we discussed, all these workloads that we discussed, they are nothing but AI models, because there is some mathematics that is being used, some logic has been used, some statistics have been used, and those models have developed, and it is using that and solving two purposes. So what is the first purpose? The first purpose is interpreting, to interpret the data. Okay, is to interpret what kind of data is there, um what kind of output should be there. It is kind of interpreting that particular data. What kind of data is there? First of all, is it for a loan? Is it an image? Is it an audio? Is it a text? Do I have to generate? Is it a prompt? So we will see what is a prompt. Is it that? So it is solving that purpose, right? It is interpreting the data. And based on that interpreting, it is solving the other purpose, that is predicting. That is to predict. Now, I told you whether the person who has gone to the bank is going to get the loan or not. So there, it is going to be predict. So you will have to predict that, right? Based on how you predict it, based on the factors, the features. That is, what is the income? Is there any property that that person has? Okay, what is the background of that person? Based on that, you are predicting whether that person should be given a loan or not. So earlier humans used to do it. Now let's say I replace it with a system, with a model. The model will predict, will first of all interpret. Not interpret actually, it has to be, I'm using the wrong term here, it has to be infer. Will infer. Okay, so there are two purposes to AI. One is to infer, basically basically for inference, and the other is for prediction. So it will infer from the data what it is supposed to do, whether a person should be given a loan or not, and predict based on that. So it will infer the data. It will try and understand the data first, and then, okay, between yeah. So prediction basically means, one second. Prediction means something you are estimating, okay, based on certain data. You have certain data and you're estimating, okay, what is going to be the output, what is the what is based on certain criterias, based on certain information or facts that you have. Based on that, you are predicting, you're coming out to an estimation that, okay, this is just, so you're predicting that. You're predicting the outcome based on the factors, based on certain things that you have. Now, forecast is more like a structured prediction. Okay, it's more, I would say, like in general, if you want more precise prediction, if you want, okay, you want a better prediction, like, 100% it is going to rain. Okay, something that is more data driven, something that requires a large volume of data. Just one second. Yeah. So prediction is like some basic small volume of data you take. Like I want to predict, for example, you want to predict the stock prices. What will be the stock market for this year? That will go up till the next year. What will be the weather today? So the weather is going to be rainy. All those are predictions. But if you want more specific, this thing that, okay, the weather forecast is that it is going to rain 70%. There are 70% chances that it will rain tomorrow. Or you want to do an economic forecast. So economic forecast, like it will say, okay, in Q4, there will be a slight or there will be a slow growth in the GDP. Some examples, I mean, something like that. So prediction is more on a smaller scale. Okay, it's on a more smaller scale and based on certain patterns, based on intuition that you are doing. It's not necessary that it will have some model. Okay, whereas a forecast is more data driven, is more mathematical, is more statistical. Okay, and it is something that will give you the chances also, like scope. It will talk about, okay, so it is going to rain 100% today. It will rain 100% tomorrow. So that is what basically is the difference between a forecast and a prediction. So prediction involves a little bit of intuition, whereas forecast is completely based on facts, based on data that you are deriving the output. Okay, so that is what is basically a forecast and a prediction. So over here, when I talk about AI, so AI has two purposes. AI model basically is a statistical representation of real world scenarios. And it has two purposes that it solves. One is inference, infer the data, okay, infer your data that is there. And the second thing is predict. Once it infers the data, it has understood the factors. Okay, these are the factors. This is the income of that person. This is the gender of that person. This is what of that person. And based on that, predict the outcome. Okay, predict the outcome. So this is what is basically the purpose of AI. Now, when you are working with AI, you need data, right? Because you have to develop solutions, AI solutions. So of course, you need data. And the data here, when we talk about in an AI model, that you're because AI model will require data based on which how is it going to predict or infer? It requires data, correct? So when you're giving the data, now when you give it to the AI model, okay, so you need the data needs to have certain rows and columns, okay, needs to have certain rows and columns. Now let's take an example. I I want to develop an AI model, or an AI model is being developed. So let's say I want to find out the price of a house. Okay, I want to predict what will be the price of the house. Okay, so let's say over here, I have some data. Okay, I told you that if AI model has to infer or predict, it needs data, and data should have rows and columns, right? It should be having some rows and columns. So let's say there is a column, and inside those columns, you have certain rows. So we all know, if I want to predict the price of a house, right? There are two factors that come into picture. One is the square feet. How big is the house, right? You need to find that out. What is the size of the house? Then the second thing that you need to know is the city, right? Where is the house? You need to predict that. You need to know that, right? Otherwise, how will you be able to? Because it depends, like the price of the house in Mumbai, or the price of the house in Pune, or the price of the house in Bangalore is not going to be the same everywhere. Even if the size is the same, even if it is 100 square feet or 2 BHK or 1 BHK, the price we know is going to change city to city, right? It is going to change depending upon the city and the area, or the square feet, that is the build of the house, correct? So over here, I need to predict the price, correct? I need to predict the price. So let's say I have a 100 square feet house. Okay, the size or the area of the house, we are just taking an example. Okay, it's 100 square feet, and it is in the city of Mumbai. Okay, so let's say the price for 100 square feet in a city like Mumbai, just giving an example, is, let's say, 1 CR. Okay, it is 1 CR. So for 100 square feet in a city like Mumbai, it is 1 CR. For, let's say, 200 square feet in the city Mumbai. Okay, again in a city like Mumbai, for 200 square feet, okay, the price is, let's say, 2 CR. Okay, the price is 2 CR. Now, let's say I want to predict. So I've inferred from the data, okay, 100 square feet, 1 CR, 200, 2 CR. Okay. Now let's say it is 300 square feet. And again, the city is Mumbai. So can you all tell me what will be the price? Okay. Can you all tell me what will be the price for 300 square feet and in the city of Mumbai? Yes, absolutely correct. It is going to be what? It is going to be 3 CR. Now, why 3 CR? How did you come up with a 3 CR? You use some mathematics to infer and predict the outcome. So that is what is an AI model. So you use some maths, right? There is some mathematics or statistics that is used. So that is exactly what the AI model does. So any AI model that is there, whether you talk about the NLP or the deep learning or even machine learning, okay, they all are nothing but statistical representation or mathematical representation of what the real world outcome is going to be. So here you want to use text, understand the sentiment, you want to understand the language, you want to understand the question that the users asked, build a bot around it, build a question and answering system around it. So it's all nothing but going to use some mathematics, and it is going to give you the infer that and going to give you the output, predict the output for you, right? So that is what is basically an AI model. So when we talk about Azure, just a second, guys. So when we talk about the Azure AI solutions, I told you all about these workloads over here, right? NLP, vision service, or computer vision, or generative AI. So these models on Azure are already trained. Now, when we talk about a model, okay, we need to train it. We need, because like how you all are students here for me, I'm explaining to you all the AI-102. We are conducting a webinar over here so that I give you all an brief about what this certification is. What is it targeting at? What are the topics inside it? What modules are there, and etc. 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 Correct? So we are just, I'm guiding you all and I'm telling you all, okay, this is what you should pay attention at. This is what it is talking about. These are the modules, these are the topics, etc. So I'm guiding you. I'm telling you that okay, this if you do this, you will get this as the this is the benefit of it, and etc. So the same thing we need to do with the model also. We need to tell the model, right? We need to train the model that, okay, you are supposed to infer and this is the prediction you are supposed to do. This is my data. This is my data that is there. So in the data, like I said, you need to give columns and rows, correct? So you need to train the model to predict the outcome, correct? You need to train the model to give you some output based on which it is going to predict. Right? Based on which it is going to predict the data. So here we need to train it. Now, in order to train the model, get the statistical representation, create that AI model, I told you we need to give certain, we need to give it certain data. Now, what is this data? Now, in the data, I told you there is columns and rows that you need to give. Now, what are these columns? So over here, if you recall, when we looked at this example, we use two columns, right? That is the square feet and the city, based on which we did what? We predicted the outcome. What will be the price of the house? This is what we had predicted, correct? So you use what? You use two columns from the data and you predicted the third one. So these two columns that you used in your data in AI is called as the features column. Now, what are these features columns? These feature columns are the data, the facts that you use based on which you predict a column, which is called as the target column. Okay, it is called as the target column. So this is what you predicted. What should be your target, right? What should be out, your final output? So that is termed as the target value. So here you use certain features. You will give the AI model certain features. You will train it on this. You will say, okay, 100 square feet, Mumbai, this is the price. 200 Mumbai, 2 CR. Now I'm giving you new data. Okay. Just 1 second, guys. Yeah. So over here, now, yeah. So these are the features. So we use the features and we predicted the target, right? We predicted the target value over here. So this is what is the features column. So you need to give features. What based on what are you supposed to infer and predict the output. So any new data comes in. So you will be given now if I give 400 CR and I say Mumbai or Pune. So first of all, you'll have to train it on it and then you will have to predict the outcome. And now if you get, okay, 500 CR another city. or the same city, you know what the output or what prediction, what should be my target value, correct? What should be my target value over here? So whenever we say, okay, whenever we are training an AI model, so an AI model requires data. That data should have columns and rows. So your columns are nothing but feature columns and a target column. Okay, it is called as a. Now, when you are giving the data, now the AI model, like I said, has to be trained. You need to give the feature column, you need to give the target column also. So at times, so it is the same. Just don't think, okay, AI, ML is the same. I'll tell you all what is the difference between ML and AI. Okay, so this is what we just discussed. So we talked about what is machine learning. So I told you it is nothing but a set of tools, a set of statistical representation of the real world. And it uses tools to predict that, mathematics to predict what? What is the purpose? One is inference, second is prediction. Correct. Now, how does this work? How does the model is trained? So if you have to do some inferences, predictions, you need a model. So what is the model having? So model is this. This is what we had talked about. I told you need to give some data to it. Okay, so this is what basically a machine learning model is. So you need to give some data. So what is that data? So this data that you give should have columns, right? Data should have columns. So this is a feature and the target column that is there. So what does the feature do? It helps you to predict. So you use all these things and you predict it. And there is a target that you will use and you will find out the target value, right? This is what basically is the target column. So target is what you want to predict and feature is something that you want to use to predict. Okay, so this is what we had seen. So this is the example I gave you. So, so here your target column is the price column and your feature column is the square feet and the city. So these two columns help you predict the output. That is the price column. But what is the prediction or what do you want to predict? That is called as your target column. So in an AI model or ML model, it's one and the same thing. The definition is not different from one and the other. ML is a workload in the AI, so it's the same over here as well. So this is what basically is your AI model. So these are the two columns you should have now when you're training the AI model. So it can be done in two ways. The training can be done in two ways. One is you have a supervised learning. Now, what is this supervised learning? So I told you about the teacher and the student. Like I am here to guide you all on the AI 102 certification in case you all want to prepare for it. Right? I told you all about it. Correct. I talked about how can I guide you, help you, and prepare for the AI 102 training, 102 certification. I'm sorry. So similarly, if in your data, if you have both, you have the features and you have the target also. That means the system knows what what is the thing I have to predict. It knows what I want to predict. It is aware about that. So like I'm guiding you and I'm telling you all, okay, this is going to be the outcome. This is going to be, okay, you do this. When you study, the teacher is guiding you, right? What is important, what should be the output, what finally should be the answer. It is telling you. So the same thing, the system already knows the answer. So if you give both the features and the target, then that is called as the supervised learning model. Okay, so that is called as the supervised learning model. So AI model only when you give the data which has both the features and the target, and the system knows what do I have to predict, then that is called as the unsupervised learning model. Sorry, that is called as the supervised learning model. So sorry guys, just a quick heads up, we will not be sharing the presentations with you all. I will be sharing the link from where it is being made. And of course, if you want to refer to the recording, okay, you want to go and see this webinar again, so you will have to uh, subscribe to our YouTube channel. So Shubh had already shared the link. I'll do that again. So if you want to go back and go through this webinar again. Yeah, so I'll just share the link again in the chat. So I'm just sharing the link for the community also. The YouTube links also I'm sharing in the chat. So you can go, and we will be uploading this webinar over there. So you can definitely go and go through the webinar again on our YouTube channel. So I've shared the link in the chat. Another thing, guys, that Shubh has also shared is we are giving you all a complimentary badge. Okay, what is this badge? Let me just tell you all about. It's a very, very, it's important. It's a very important badge. So I'll share the link again in the chat with everyone. So this is a complimentary, like because you are attending today's session. So something we want to give you all in return. So it's a participation certificate, that is this badge that we are sharing with everyone. So it's something that only certain Microsoft partners get it. Not everyone gets this badges. Now, what are these badges? Like I said, they're nothing but like participation certificates. Okay, so you can, if you want to show people that you attended this particular training or this particular webinar, so you can use and share this link, share this badge on your social media accounts like X, Facebook, or LinkedIn. Okay, so this shows this is not a certification that Microsoft gives you, the certification I talked about earlier. It's not that certification, but it is like a participation certificate, and it talks about, okay, you have the skills. You have the AI skills on Azure, but you're not certified, but you're aware about it. You know the skills that are required for the AI or to perform AI using the Azure cloud platform. Okay, so that is what basically this skill is talking about. Okay, this is what this skill or this badge is talking about. So please redeem it. Not everyone gets it. Okay, so please, and it's free, it's complimentary. So you don't have to pay for it since you've attended this webinar. We are giving it to you. So it has a lot of benefits. Don't think that it doesn't. So if you redeem it, okay, please share a screenshot also of the chat. In the chat once you, or you can just, yeah, redeem it and keep it. It's okay if you don't share the screenshot, but yeah. So this is what this is what we are giving you all along with the webinar. So please take utmost benefit of it and do not miss out on this chance. Okay, so this is the badge we are giving. Yeah. So moving forward, so the code is embedded in the link itself. You have to use that very link. that is it. You have to use that link only and you have to redeem the badges. Okay, so just use the same link. Nobody is going to send it to you over the mail. It is being put in the chat. You have to use that link itself and you have to redeem the redeem the badges. So this is the supervised learning model. So here you have features and you have the target. You know what should be the outcome, what should be the target. So that is the model that you train is called as the supervised AI model, supervised AI model. Then you have the unsupervised. Now, what is this unsupervised? So let's say you don't have a teacher like me to guide you all as to what should be the outcome, what should be your target, etc. But here you are doing a self-learning path. You're doing your own studies, preparing for it on your own, doing a self-learning at your own pace. You're doing that without knowing what your target is. You're just learning, you're just preparing for it. So in this scenario, when you don't have the target column, but you just have the features, so that is what is called as the unsupervised AI model, wherein you just give the features and it doesn't know what the target is. It's just going to go ahead and predict. That's it. It doesn't know whether it's an apple, banana, or an orange. It doesn't know. Based on the training it gets, whatever it predicts, you see the output. So it doesn't know whether it is an apple, whether it's a person should get a loan or not. It doesn't know that. Okay, here there's no definite output when you are using or when you train a model to be an unsupervised model. So there's no definite outcome, definite objective that is there. Now, when you have to train a supervised model, so there are two types that are there to it. One is the classification. So let's say for let's say you're doing some survey, and please don't call me ma'am. It's okay if you call me Manasi. Okay, so you can just put in my name. I'm no problem. Just don't call me ma'am. It's consider it. It's not a teacher-student relation. So yeah. So let's say you have been given an you work in the marketing and retail industry, okay, and you are supposed to segment, let's say, customers into different groups based on their purchasing behavior. Okay, you work in the marketing and the retail company, and you want to basically, yes, I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that example only. Don't worry. Okay. Um, Yeah. So for the badges, guys, if you are not able to redeem it, please use an incognito or your mobile phone. Please try using that. It will probably work. So go in an incognito mode and redeem the badges. So it will work. Okay. Yeah. Coming to the example now, you work in the retail industry, let's say, and you want to understand the customer purchasing pattern. Okay, based on what purchases they have done. Okay, let's say you want to see their behavior. You want to understand their behavior, predict their behavior. Okay, so here, because it's a customer, it can be unpredictable at times. You don't know what kind of prediction or what kind of behavior they will have. But let's say based on their past purchase information and etc., you want to predict their output. Okay, you want to see. So over here, you want to categorize them into different groups. So basically, when you are doing a survey, and in that survey, you want to kind of categorize people, group people. So generally, this is used. This, what we say, we talk about the unsupervised learning model that is there. So that is where it is generally used. So let's say you want to go understand the purchasing behavior of different customers, and you want to group them. You want to put them into group. So that is where the clustering or the unsupervised model comes into picture. So one of the ways of training an unsupervised model is using the clustering this thing using clustering. It's called as clustering. So clustering meaning you basically create clusters or groups. So like I gave you the customer purchase, you want to understand behavior, you want to understand, you want to try, like you, like we all work in the market, like we are doing a marketing this thing. So you want to know that which topic or which technology has the highest demand, which needs to be marketed more. We want to segment that. We want to create clusters out of that. So such a uh, so you can relate it to that anomaly detection in frauds, credit card frauds. If you want to determine that, right? Credit cards use this unsupervised learning only to determine, because we don't know what kind of fraud will happen, what kind of potential threat will be there. We don't know, right? It can be random. We can't predict that, right? We can just give the features and tell the model, now you predict what kind of fraud it is, right? We don't know what it will be, correct? So in those scenarios, or I talked about the document or the understanding of the uh, text, right? We are extracting the knowledge. I told you, now I want to see whether that newspaper article, right? We have a newspaper article that is there that we have submitted. I want to know whether that article that is there, is it a sports article? Is it a politics article? Is it an entertainment article? I don't know what is the outcome, or I don't know what it is. I don't know the prediction. So in this scenario, you use the unsupervised learning modules where you don't know what should be the outcome, like recommender systems, right? We have the recommender systems. So in e-commerce, you want to recommend anything to anyone. So that is where the unsupervised learning models are used. So that is what is the uh, yeah, examples you can say for unsupervised AI models. Okay, so anything where you don't know what the outcome should be, that is what is called as the unsupervised learning models. So now, guys, this is a little bit about the AI introduction. So let's do one thing. We still have to continue on this, but before we go ahead, let's very quickly take a 15-minute break. Okay, because it's been more than an hour. So let's take a 15-minute break and then continue with the topic. Okay, we will continue with the topic. So I'll just start the clock for 15 minutes. And once the clock ends, we will resume the session. So I'm going on mute and I'll see you all after the break. Hello, everyone. I hope you all are back. Please put a yes in the chat box if you all are back. Okay, so now this was a little bit about the fundamentals of what is AI, what is an AI model, how do you train an AI model, what goes inside an AI model. Now let's understand because there are different workloads in AI, right? Where every now and then we are hearing new terms in the AI industry. So, what exactly is AI? Where does machine learning fit in? Where does deep learning fit in? Where does the generative AI fit in? Right? So all those terms I know I'm very sure they might be a little confusing for you all, but let's just understand what they are. So on a broader perspective, okay, on a broader perspective, it is your AI that you have. Okay, it is AI that is there. It is called, we all know, as the artificial intelligence. Now, within the AI ecosystem, within AI, we have different workloads. So it starts now the very foundation of AI, or how, if you have to begin with AI also, you have to understand how does an AI model work, how is it trained, how is it deployed, etc., etc. It is always better that you start off with the next work, that you start off with this workload, which is called as a machine learning. Okay, it is called as machine learning. So machine learning is more like a traditional approach of training a model. It is AI only, no doubt. I mean, it is a part of the AI ecosystem only, just that it is more mathematical. Okay, it is more inclined like how you use your basic statistic formulas. You have your y is equal to mx plus c. You have lot of linear equations you use. You use a lot of like sigmoid functions. A pure statistics if you have to use. Okay, a function. Basically, it's like a function that you are creating, and using that function, it is predicting the outcome. So that is like the foundation. So that is when I said statistical. Okay. It is one of the reasons we use is it is termed statistical is because of ML. Because ML has this, it uses statistics. So if you have like a knowledge of statistics, what equation works where, the sigmoid function, then you have coefficient, you have a lot of I can't recall all the names, but there are a lot of statistical terms that are involved in it, and you have to train and develop a model. So it's called as the foundation of AI. So once you understand how to build an AI model, ML model, I would say in this context ML. So you know the foundation and how the AI model works. So if you know what is a supervised learning, unsupervised learning, the same thing is followed in the next workloads of AI. Okay, so here it just uses statistics, it uses mathematics and predicts the outcome. Using that, you give features, you don't give feature. I mean, you give features and targets, you don't give target column, but it will use some mathematics and some statistics and give you the output. So that is what is called as the ML. It is the foundation of AI. Now, once you know the next part that comes is your deep learning, because there are certain things that cannot be done using like speech, your cognitive skills that are there, speech, to hear, to talk, okay, to understand the sentiment and all those things, they are not part of traditional ML. Okay, ML is just using function and it is giving you the output. But what about the rest part? Because you want to predict who will say what will be, you want to convert things, you want to make them from speech to text, detect the language, right? Also, extract the documents, all those things, they are, though the foundation is ML, but the, what we say, if you need to use those skills, right? You need to use these cognitive skills that are there. Then you require another workload, another aspect of machine learning you need to know, which is you also call it as the deep learning. Okay, you need to know. So deep learning comes within it. Okay, so deep learning is like the very foundation of the models that we are going to see here. When I talked about the workloads, that is NLP, or we talk about the knowledge mining and etc., it in a way uses deep learning only. I wouldn't say completely deep learning, but in some aspect it uses deep learning. They are nothing but deep learning models, which actually, if I have to say, they are the ones that actually mimic our brain. Like how our brain has neurons, and those neurons are linked with one another, and one neuron passes information to the next neuron. That is how a biological neural network works. Right? But it has been put into artificial use, and that is nothing but your deep learning. So, deep learning, if you use, if you have given an image and you want that image to be predicted, whether in that image are you seeing an apple, are you seeing a banana, are you seeing an orange? You want the brain. So, how in childhood we are trained that okay, this is an apple, red color, a little rounded is an apple, and of course there are certain other features also, but that is an apple. We know how a banana looks. It is a little lean and it is yellow in color. Orange, we know it's orange in color. Hmm. And it has a different texture, different skin to it, right? That is what basically is the deep learning. If I have to predict that from an image, if I have to determine the text, if I have to determine the sentiment behind that text, all those things, because it is using exactly like how your brain works, your neural system of the brain works, it is just artificially put into that system. And that is what is called as the deep learning model. So all your models that you develop, it's in a way like a deep learning only. Okay, it's the logic that is used. So we are not going to see what is the deep learning model and etc. We will run out of time. So we are not going to see that. But in a way, it is nothing but deep learning that is used. Your computer vision, when we talk about NLP, that we talk about, or all those models that are developed, they are already developed and we are going to use those models, right? So that is nothing but your deep learning. So a lot of like compared to machine learning and deep learning. Okay, if I have to talk about the difference between the two, if I have to talk about the difference between machine learning and deep learning, now machine learning is something that is very simple. Okay. For example, if I tell you all, okay, these are certain fruits or or vegetables, okay, that you have to cut. So you have fruits, you have vegetables. So out of these two, out of a knife and a machete, okay, out of a knife. So machete is a big knife that is, it's a big knife. You can just search for it. Okay. So out of a knife and a machete, if I have to cut fruits and vegetables, can you all tell me which tool will you use here? Let's say I have to cut fruits and vegetables. So out of a knife and a machete, what will you use? Very quickly in the chat, everyone. Between a knife and a machete, which tool will you use in order to cut vegetables and fruits? Yes, guys, what will you use? So fruit, what is the size of a fruit and a vegetable? Is it that large? Yes, everyone. Is it large or is it small? The size of fruits and vegetables that we have, is it large or small? So if I have to cut them, will I require a very big knife or I'll require something that is small? Because if the size is not that large, then easily things can be cut. So yes, absolutely correct. So we will be using a knife because the size is not that large. So it's the same thing with machine learning also. When you're training an ML model, It's a part of AI only. Both are a part of AI. But when you're creating an ML model or training an ML model, ML model works on smaller data. Okay, works on a smaller data set. So if you have a small volume of data, then you use the machine learning to train that and predict the outcome. Okay, you use the function and predict the outcome, whether it is supervised, unsupervised, doesn't matter. Okay, you predict the outcome. So that is on a smaller data set. But let's say if I want to cut some meat, like chicken, lamb, or mutton, or I mean, lamb and mutton is the same. But if you want to goat or whatever, you want to cut a big chunk of meat that is there, then will you use a knife or will you use a machete then? Yes, guys, whenever it's a big volume, will a knife work? If it's a big chunk of meat that I'm giving and you have to chop it or you have to cut it. So, or you have to, I mean, like when you go to a butcher shop, it's not a small knife that they use. They use a very big knife to cut that meat, right? So it's the same thing even with your deep learning. Okay, a deep learning model you use when you have a large data set. So in deep learning also, you can get supervised, unsupervised, you get that. It's the generic thing for AI. But if you have to train a deep learning model, it is generally done on a large data set. It is done on a large data set. So another difference now between machine learning and deep learning, this is simple because you're cutting what you're cutting simple fruits and vegetables. It is very straightforward, very simple to cut them using the knife, right? So here this approach of machine learning is very simple. You know the statistics, you know how they work, and you can predict the outcome. It's just that you're using a function, like simple functions like y is equal to mx plus c, and still you can use it and train a ML model on top of that. So it's very simple. The training of an AI, I mean a machine learning model is not at all difficult. But because it is in deep learning, it is actually like your neural network. One neuron interconnected with the other, passing information, etc. So here training a deep learning model is very complex, is very complicated. It requires a lot of time, a lot of what we say training, okay, to get that final output, whether it's supervised or unsupervised, it is the same. It takes a lot of time and it is complex. The process of training a deep learning model is very, very complex. It's not simple because here you have a big chunk of data, first of all, and on that you're training the model. So the complexity is higher than compared to the machine learning model. And then another difference between the two, because it's simple, okay? So the computation that is there over here is very poor. Okay, it's the computation that you require here because the size of the data is small. The training also you're doing is on a small data set. So computation also that is going to be there is not that large. Okay, the computation is very small over here. Just 1 second. So computation is small because of that. The cost is also relatively less. Okay, the cost, the computation cost, because everything over here, whenever you are implementing, okay, it is going to require what we say, it is going to require anything that you train over here, okay, it is what we say, it is going to be very, I mean, less costly in terms of the computation now. Why? Because you're working on a small data set, first of all. It's not a big data set. So not much physical resources. So when we talk about computation, meaning physical resources like memory, cores, right? We all require that, right? Otherwise, how will we get the output? Any application that you are running, it requires you to have some compute to it, right? You require it for some compute. You require some compute, I'm sorry. So for that, when you're working with ML requires a relatively lesser cost compared to the deep learning, because deep learning, it is complex. The data size is large. It is a complicated data set that you have. So the computation cost is high. Okay, it is relatively high in comparison to machine learning. So that is what is the third difference between the two. And another difference between the two is that when you're creating a AI model using ML, okay, when you're using ML to predict the outcome or infer the data, so here the model's performance is comparatively low. Okay, it is very low. The model doesn't perform that well. Only on a select certain data, if the volume increases, it is not able to handle that. So the performance here of this model is low. So the performance of the model is low over here. Okay. And if I talk about deep learning, because deep learning models that are there, they take a lot of time to be trained, first of all, whereas ML does not take much time. They get trained very easily, very fast. Whereas in deep learning, a lot of complexities, training it is a lot of complexities involved. So that is why it takes a lot of time to do it. But once you train a deep learning model, okay, it is the performance here is much better than a machine learning model. So the model performance is high. Okay, it is better. I would say not high, but better than is better, I would say, is better than the ML model or the AI model that you train using using the ML approach. But if you use deep learning and you train an AI model or you create an AI model, then the performance is but much better in relation to the machine learning model. So that is why when I say, okay, certain models, all these models that are there, they're generally developed using the deep learning approach. Okay, actually your neural system is put out and how you as a human would predict it, try and figure it out, infer it. It is exactly doing that. And that is the difference between machine learning and deep learning. Then once now we know that another concept came in 3 years ago when OpenAI developed or launched ChatGPT, right? And it's all of a sudden it became so crazy out there that everyone started using it. It saw its purpose, right? And a new term in the AI industry came for us, which was called as the generative AI, right? A new term. So it became a part. So it became a part of the AI ecosystem only. So it's a subset of that. So that is nothing but your generative AI. Now, what is a generative AI and the AI? What is the difference between them? Why generative AI came into picture? So when we talk about the outcome, right? Because why is AI used? AI is something that predicts, infers and predicts, correct? So when we talk about the traditional AI, okay, we talk about the traditional AI like predicting the outcome and etc. So one of the things we saw was it predicts the target, right? So once we understand the limitation of AI, okay, once we understand the limitation of AI, we will understand why generative AI came into picture. Okay, we will understand why generative AI came into picture. So in AI, when we are using or training an AI model, we know that we have to predict the target. There is a target, even if you're using unsupervised and you don't know what the target is, but ultimately it is doing some prediction, correct? It is doing some kind of prediction only. Now, whenever it does the prediction or the target is determined, the target, when it determines, it does it in two ways. Okay, two kinds of target are determined here. The first kind of target that it gets is discrete. Okay, it is discrete. Now, what do I mean by discrete? Discrete in simple English means definite. It has a definite, this thing, it's finite. It's definite. It has a certain this thing beyond which it will not predict anything. It has a definite outcome, I would say, or a finite outcome. Now, what do I mean by this? Now, when we say discrete. Now, discrete can further be divided into two. Okay, it can further be, or it can further give you a target in two. Now, what is it? It can either be numeric. Okay, it can either be discrete numeric. For example, we all have played with a dice. Let's say I want to find out what will be the number that will come. So from 1 to 6, we know when we roll a dice, okay, when we roll a dice, we know that out of 1 to 6 only, we are going to get the numbers. Beyond 6, we don't get any number, correct? This is what we know when we roll a dice. So when we do a dice roll, only from 1 to 6, some number it is going to give you. So that is a finite set of numbers. Definite only this much. That is the definition of the numbers that are there on the dice. More than that, you don't have 7. There are only 6 digits that it can predict. 6 numbers it can predict. Nothing beyond that. So that is termed as a discrete numeric. So your AI, your traditional AI can predict that, can work with it. Okay, it can predict out of the 6 numbers, what numbers will come. So it can be discrete. Discrete, I'll just put it as finite. So out of those finite set of numbers, it can predict what will be the output. For example, your dice roll. But let's say it is not numeric. But what if you are flipping a coin, right? Whether it's, or if it's a gender, you're trying to predict the gender. Or if you are trying to predict the outcome of a match. So those scenarios are very finite. They are very restricted, not beyond, like when you flip a coin, the outcome or the output that you're going to get or the target that you're going to get is only going to be either a head or a tail, sorry. Either your banking transactions that you have done, you're sending somebody money, it can either be a success or it can be a failure. Nothing beyond it, right? There is nothing third inside it. Or if there is a match that is being played, okay, if it's not a final or a semi-final, it's a league stage match, let's say, or a group stage match. So if it's a group stage match, we all know that there can be 3 outputs, 3 outcomes. Either it can be a win, it can be a loss, or it could be a draw. Right? Beyond that, nothing is going to be there. Correct? So that is what is the non-numeric discrete output that an AI model can also predict. So when we are flipping a coin, right? When we flip a coin, it can either be a head or it could be a tail. If it is a banking transaction that we are trying to do, it can either be a success or it can be a failure. Nothing in middle, right? Nothing in middle of that. So that is what is non-numeric finite output. So when you, this is non-numeric. Examples will be when you flip a coin or toss a coin, okay? The outcome of outcome of a match, gender, if you want to predict. Okay, so these are the finite outputs that you're going to get. Either it can be a head or a tail. Either it can be yes or no, success, failure, win, loss, draw, male, female, other. Nothing beyond that, right? Nothing more than that. So that is what is called as a target column when you get a non-numeric value. So this is what the AI is also able to predict. We all know it will use some classification, supervised classification model. Okay, it is going to use that and classify the data. Basically classify the data. And we already tell the target, okay, what can be the target, possible target that is there. So that is your non-numeric discrete data it can predict, or the target value it can get. It can be continuous, discrete, continuous meaning infinite. For example, your stock prices, the car price that is there. If I have to predict the car price, so those are continuous data, right? It can be continuous in nature. So here also, when it predicts the continuous, so it can be numeric, it can be non-numeric, right? So here, when we say numeric, the prediction of a car price, because for every car, the price is going to change, right? It can either be for hatchback, sedans, SUVs. We all know that the car price is going to be different. The engine, what engine it has, what is the mileage, all those factors come into picture, and then the car price is determined. Correct? Here also, when we use AI, so AI is able to predict that the house price discussion that we did, where we predicted the price of the house. What was that? It was a continuous numeric value. It can change. It can be any possible this thing, your stock prices. It can be anything. We don't know what that stock price is. It can change. That value is going to change. Today it is up, tomorrow it might go down. Who knows? The price is going to be different. So this also we can predict. AI is able to predict continuous numeric data. But what it is not able to predict, your traditional AI, what it is not able to predict is the non-numeric continuous data. For example, you have your YouTube comments. Who's going to write what comment? How do you know? So this is what your traditional AI is not able to predict. It will not be able to predict or be able to understand this sort of data, because YouTube comments can be anything. It will not know what prediction or what to predict out of that. So this is the very drawback of your data. We cannot have a column that is non-numeric target column. You cannot have. In your traditional AI, you cannot have a continuous non-numeric target column. And that is where this generative AI comes into picture, where it, I wouldn't say predicts, but it kind of generates a content. It generates non-numeric continuous content, because when you go to generative AI, you use ChatGPT, you use the DALI models. It's not going to give you traditional outputs like these. It is going to generate its own content and it is going to give you. The target is different. It depends on what question are you asking it. Correct? It is going to, based on that, it is going to predict the output and give you the answer. So it's different, right? It is different in relation to your traditional AI. So here, as the name says, generative AI. So what is generative AI going to do? It is going to generate a new content, whether it can be text, it could be a image, or it could be a code. Even that it can do using the AI. So it's a part of the AI only, but just that it has a limit, like traditional AI has a limitation. We understood that limitation, and who is overcoming that? That is your generative AI. And that is why the need of Gen AI, right? That is why that is where the generative AI came into picture. So this is a little bit about the AI. Now, when you work on AI on Azure, coming to the main topic, that is the Azure OpenAI, I mean the Azure AI sources. That is what we are trying to understand here. That is the AI-102. So when we talk about the Azure AI, okay, so on the Azure AI, whenever you start, now there are lots of services. If you go to the Azure AI platform, so here we will just search for them. So these are the different services. They are nothing but the models only. Okay, that we say they are nothing but the models. These are nothing but AI models only, or you can also call them as services. So these are the different services that are available on the Azure AI platform, on the Azure AI, okay, on Azure basically. So you can work with generative AI, you can work with deep learning or the cognitive skills that are there, speech, document, which is a little different from the ML, okay, different from the machine learning, traditional machine learning, where you're using statistics and you are coming out, I mean, you're finding out the output. But here, these models are already trained by Microsoft. Okay, they have used some logic, used some Python code and trained those models, and they have told us, okay, you can go ahead and use these models. You want to analyze your images, you want to classify your images, you want to understand the speech, you want to understand your documents, you want to translate one text to the other language, not a problem. You can do that using the Azure AI services. So these are models that have already been built by Microsoft. It's just giving us the permission that okay, you go, you create your you use any model that you like, and you can start developing your applications, develop an client application using these models. So now whenever you start on the Azure cloud, okay, coming to the Azure cloud, whenever you have to start working on it, the first thing that you require is a subscription. Can I hope everyone is aware about, I didn't ask you all at the beginning, are you all aware about the fundamentals of Azure? Meaning, what is a subscription? What is a resource group? What is a region? So what is a subscription? Let me know very quickly in the chat. What is a resource group? What is a region? So let me know very quickly, everyone in the chat, whether you know what is a subscription, what is a resource group, what is a region, because these are the things that you need to know. Okay, when you start off with the Azure cloud, you start working on the Azure portal and you start deploying or start using one of the AI models, whether it's a speech or OpenAI or search or document intelligence or vision. So because you require these things. So I hope everyone is aware about the fundamentals. Okay. So the very first thing, of course, you need to give is a subscription. So subscription is nothing but like a billing boundary, because all these services are not free. Nobody is going to only for a certain period you get it free, but after one point, then you have to start paying for it. Right? You have to start paying for it. And from where do you pay? It is a subscription. Like any OTT platform you go, you buy a subscription, correct? Once you buy that subscription, the ads go away, certain certain content that you had to pay for is available for you now. So that is what is basically a subscription. So it's like a billing boundary. Okay. So that is the first thing that you require. The second thing that you need to create is called as a resource group. So resource group is nothing but like a logical container, as everyone knows, wherein all the services. So let's say you are using translator service, you're using the OpenAI models or the Gen AI models or LLMs. Gen AI models, LLMs is one and the same thing. So if you're using them, then you can put them in one container in one folder, and that is called as your resource group. Okay, it is called as a resource group. And region, we all know, region is nothing but because you require compute, all of this is going to be, somebody is going to give you the output, right? When you write a prompt to the GPT model, or you give a text to the translator service or the language service, or you ask a question to the bot, or you analyze an image, somebody has to give you that output. And who's going to give you? That is the physical resources. And of some region, you might be using that physical resources, the actual geographical location where your service is going to be deployed somewhere. and that is on the actual geographic location, which is the region, right? That is your region. So this is what is the three things you require when you work with Azure. Now, what has Microsoft done? Now, when we talk about just a second, yeah. So when we talk about the AI services, so we saw the list of AI services, right? These are the list of AI services that Azure supports or Azure has. Now, when you have to create these services, so you can do them in two ways. So of course, you require the subscription, you require a resource group, you require the region, okay? But you can deploy these Azure AI services in two ways. One is either you create a single service or you can create a multi-service resource. Okay, either you create a single service. Now, what does that mean? Either just say, let's say you want to just use the Azure AI Vision service. You just want to use the Azure AI language service to work with NLP, vision for images. You want to do document intelligence, extract information from documents, or use a knowledge base. Do a search for certain information and extract the information. For that, you have the Azure AI search. So you want to use them as standalone services. You're just concerned with the vision. You just want to analyze the images. You're just concerned with the language part, with the text, with the languages, with the sentiment of the language, with certain key phrases. Then you can use them individually. Okay, you can use those service as individually, which is called as a single service. So they worked as standalone services. But let's say you want all of them in a single resource. You want to use vision service also, you want to use translator also, you want to use the document also, you want to use the AI also. All the services you want to use in one resource. Okay, so you can also create a multi-service resource. Okay, so one way is either you create them singly, I mean individually, which we are going to see. We are going to provision them as single resources, okay, as single services, or you can create them as a multi-service resource. Now, if you decide and okay, you want your AI services as or all the multiple AI services under one single resource, you want them to use. So you can use them in two ways. So to multi-service resources also there are types. So types of multi-service resource, you have them that you can use. You can use any one of the type. One is the Azure AI services, where you get all the services, including so you get the speech. I put it as Azure AI speech. You get Azure AI language. You get the Azure AI translator. You get the Azure AI vision. You get the Azure AI face. So there is a difference between the vision and face, which if time permits, we will see. Then you have Azure AI custom vision. And you have the Azure AI document intelligence. Okay, so these are the services you have. So you can either create an Azure AI service, wherein you will get a compilation all these services encapsulated in one service. Or now there is another thing that Microsoft has come up. So if you see in the list of services I mentioned above, you don't have the generative AI and some more services that are there. Okay, can you see? There are certain services that I didn't list. Okay, so you can also use them. So the open AI models, the LLMs that are there. So apart from these services, all these services that are listed on the top, you can also use the OpenAI models, the LLMs, right? You can have something called as content understanding. So it's another service that Microsoft has developed. Okay. And you have also the content safety that is there. Okay. You need to keep your content safe. So you have the content safety service also. So now all these services, they have added to one platform, to a single portal, which they nowadays call as the Azure AI Foundry. Okay, so it's a resource where you will get all these services that are listed on the top. That is the speech. Okay, so all the Azure AI services I'll mention. Plus, you get the Azure OpenAI models. You get the Azure AI Foundry content safety. You get the Azure AI content understanding. Okay, so these are the services. So either one of them you can use. That is, either you create them as a standalone service or you create them as a multi-service. Now, if you have to create them as a multi-service, where all these services are encapsulated in a single resource, so you can do that in two ways. One is the Azure AI services, but in the Azure AI services, you will not find the open AI models. Okay, you will not find the open AI model. And second is the Azure AI Foundry, which has all these services. All these services are there, just that you get the open AI models, you get some more additional services on a single platform, apart from all these services. Okay, so this is your how you start off with the Azure, okay, AI services on Azure, actually, I should say. Now, when we talk about the AI Foundry, so like I told you, it's a single portal. Okay, it's a single portal for all your AI requirements. It's a single platform that Microsoft has developed for AI. Okay, while you can provision individual AI services, okay, build applications, consume them, but you can do that even on the AI Foundry. So AI Foundry is much more like a visual interface that you can use and build your projects. And another difference we talked about the Azure AI service and Foundry is that you don't get the open AI models. So if you want to work with the open AI models, then you have to use the Azure AI Foundry, right? You have to use the Azure AI Foundry. So what is Azure AI Foundry? Azure AI Foundry is a web-based portal visual interface for working with AI projects. Okay, so these are this is the portal. So it also provides, of course, Azure AI Foundry SDK. So it's not that you just have to, it's like a web-based or a GUI, graphical user interface, but you can even write programs to it. You can use its SDK and write a client application even around it. So it's not just a web-based portal. So it is something that you can definitely use. So there's an SDK that you can make use of, and you can also write or build AI solutions using a programming language. Now, if you have to work on the AI Foundry, if you have to work, so we will see this. I will be creating an AI Foundry service and we will be deploying a very small model. We will start off with the Gen AI part. Okay, we will see a couple of demos on that. What is an agentic AI? What is agents? We will try and understand that, how to build one. Okay, we will see all of that over here. So now if I have to use, now if I go and work on the AI Foundry, so I can do that in two ways again. Okay, I can work on the AI Foundry. One way is using the Azure AI Foundry projects. Okay, now what is this? So it's a project that is associated. Okay, it's a project associated with the Azure AI Foundry resource that you will create. So Foundry is where all your OpenAI will be there. Okay, it's a resource. So it's a resource or your OpenAI models, the agent service, the AI services. So that is what is a part of the Foundry resource. So that is what is associated with your AI Foundry, and it is in the Azure subscription that you will be creating. So here you might be using, just create a Foundry resource. It's a Foundry service, and you can connect to multiple agents and deploy model, deploy agents, etc. So you can do that. So you will get just a project created and just the Azure AI services and the Azure AI Foundry resources. That's it. That is the OpenAI model, content understanding, etc. Let's say you want to include some more um, services, right? Here you don't get much security. Okay, when we talk about on the top in terms of security, it's just like a common AI development platform for AI chat apps and etc. But if you want to give it more security, manage it better, give a better compute, okay, connect it to some additional Azure resources like blob storage or Key Vault, right? What is blob storage? If you want to store your data, so you can use the blob storage, or if you want to secure your data, so you can use the Azure Key Vault. So those features that are there, and another feature that is there, which is called as a prompt flow. Okay, it's like what we say. Um, if I want to kind of give a flow to my chat application that I'm developing. So that is what is called as a prompt flow. So certain features. So very few applications are available in your AI Foundry project. But if you want to use a blob storage, a key vault, some additional features if you require, that is not present in the Azure AI Foundry project. So for that, you require something called as the hub-based projects. Okay, so in hub base, you get all the services that are on the top, all the Azure AI Foundry resources, your Azure AI services you get. But let's say you want to include your compute. You want to add a managed compute. You want to add your own compute. You want to connect to an Azure blob storage. You want to secure your data using Azure Key Vault. So those things you can use on the Azure AI Foundry only, but just the project type that will be called will be the hub. So in a hub, like how you have everything, right? So it's nothing but a hub resource in your Azure subscription, in your Azure subscription that you have. So you get everything in that hub. Okay, you get everything in that hub. So that is what is called as the hub-based project. Okay. Now, whenever you create a whenever you create any or you train any model, that is, you create any service, deploy any service on the Azure AI Foundry or as a standalone service or a single service, okay, these services always have two things that you might always need to use. Because, like I said, you might be developing a client application, right? You might want to use this model, consume this model, whether it's a translator model or it's a vision model or it's an open AI model, LLM, one of the LLMs you might want to consume. And you want to use that, and you want to build an application and give it to the client. So let's say you want to give them that access. Okay, you can come and use this model that I have deployed it on my Azure cloud. Come here and you can build your application. Okay, you can use my application or that I have developed. Okay, I want to give it to the client, and I tell the client you can consume my model and you can consume the service. I'm giving you the permission to do it. Okay, I'm giving you the permission to do it. So if I want to give that permission to the client, that okay, you can come here and you can use the model. So use the model and whatever whatever application you have built, you can go ahead and consume that. So for that, you require two things. In Azure AI, whether it's the Foundry or it's the Azure AI, any model that you or any service that you deploy or you start using and consuming, it always has two things with it. Okay, it always has two things with it. One is called as the endpoint, and second is the key. Because these are the two things that you will require. Now, what is an endpoint? An endpoint is like what we say, an entrance that you get. Okay, like how you have a door and you want to get into the house, right? One second. Okay, so like how you need to reach, it's like a door, okay, that is there where you want to reach, you want to get into the application, right? You have to use that application and you have to start consuming it in your application. You have to start consuming the service. So you need to enter into it, right? You need to kind of enter into it and see. Um, you need to go and get permission to go and use that model, right? So one is like the endpoint, where that model is. You need to know where that door is, right? Your address you need to know. So that is what basically is an endpoint. So it's like a URL of your application because you need to know the address, right? Where that application is, what kind of model have you created, all that information you need to give that particular person so that he can consume it, right? Can consume it. So that is what is the endpoint. It's like the address of your service that you have deployed. Which AI service have you deployed? What access do you have? Where is it lying in the Azure cloud? That information is what the endpoint has. Okay, so it's like a URL that Azure uses to access the service, like how we have doors to enter our house, right? To enter and access our house. So that is the door. It is the door to our house. But now we all know that the doors, it will not automatically or they're not kept open. Nobody can just come into your house. Either you open the door for him, or if it's a person who resides at the house, they will have a key. And using that key, they will open the door. Or nowadays, we have the thumbprint or fingerprint scanning or face scanning that is done. And then based on that, the doors are opened. So similarly, if you have to consume your app, your AI service. So first of all, where it is hosted, you know the answer. On Azure, where it is hosted, that is through the endpoint. But now if you go there and that door has to be opened, then you require the key. That okay, this is the authentication. This is okay, somebody is a valid user who's coming and is using that service. So I need to add some authentication, some authorization. If I keep the door open, anyone will come in and go. I don't want that, right? We don't want that. So over here, you need a key, you need a secret token, which will, based on that, allow you to securely access the Azure AI services. So how you can securely get into the house? If you have a key, you will get in, otherwise nobody can get in, correct? Or until and unless you open the door for him or her, whoever comes. So for that, you need some authentication and authorization. And how is it done? It is done through this key. So a key is a secret token that is used for authentication and authorization. Okay, it's a key that is used so that people can only authorized people, whoever has this key, can enter the or use the service. So if you share it with the client, that means you're authorizing the client, you're giving the permission to the client that, okay, go ahead, you can go and use this, consume this model and use my application. Okay, so that permission, so whenever you are developing an AI solution for a client, and you want to share it with him or her, this is how you do it. Okay, this is how you will need the endpoint and you will need the key, without which you cannot develop any application using these services. So if you want to develop an image analysis application or even a generative AI application, right? You will require an endpoint and the key. Where is that service line and who is authorized, who is authenticated to go and use that service? Okay, so this is what is your keys and endpoints that you require. Now, so this is how you work on the Azure AI platform. Okay, how to work with, because the topic is Azure AI services, right? It is the Azure AI engineer. So you have to know how to work with on Azure. So over here now, whenever you deploy any model, whether it is an OpenAI model or a vision service or a document intelligence service, so AI is like a power. Okay, AI has a lot of capabilities, lot of things that are there. It's like a superpower that we have. And we all know that whenever we get a power, we get a superpower, we have to use it responsibly, right? We all know the famous Spider-Man dialogue, with great power comes great responsibility. So it's the same with AI as well. AI is a very, very important power. If not kept in check, can be misused, right? Anyone can misuse it. So when Microsoft developed these models, these AI services that are there, okay, it always kept itself kept in mind, because these are something that can I mean, it's a leverage if anyone is given this, right? It's a power, like I said. So it has to be very, very carefully, very, very cautiously used. So whenever Microsoft also has these AI services that it has built, it has always kept six core principles in head. And those six core principles, it terms as the responsible AI. So if you have these core principles, that means the AI model that you're using is responsible. It's responsible. It's not using its power in for anything wrong, right? You can misuse that power. It's not misusing that power, and for good responsibility, with great responsibility, it is using that. So in order to keep itself responsible, Microsoft has adopted six principles. Okay, there are six core principles that the services on Azure make it responsible, make these services on Azure responsible. So one of the core principles of the responsible AI is fairness. So guys, we will just discuss this, and once we complete this discussion, we will we will take a break, and after that we will see one skill at a time. So this is the first module that I'm trying to cover, or the first skill over here I'm trying to cover. And once we do that, then we will do one thing. We will one at a time, we will go through the modules. We will see them demo wise, little concept, and then demos we will see. So we will start off on how to create an Azure AI Foundry. Sorry, I was getting a sneeze. Yeah, sorry. So we will see how to create an Azure AI Foundry project, a hub project, not a Foundry project, a hub project, how to build a generative AI application, how to then use all the other workloads that are there. And we will just see it in the form of demos or and a little bit of theories here and there. What is that service capable of doing, what it is not capable of doing, and etc. Okay. So the very first principle for Microsoft when it talks about responsible AI to make its AI services to adhere to the responsibility. First one is fairness. Now, what does fairness mean? To treat all the people equally. Now, for example, I gave you about the loan, whether a person should get a loan or not. Let's say that loan system that you have developed, it's very biased, meaning men, you give the loan. If it's a man, you give it a loan. But if it's a woman who's come and asked you for a loan, you don't give them. So it's a you are biased towards men. That system, that AI model that you have developed, it's biased towards men and it is unfair to the women that are applying for loans. They are also humans. They also have every right to equality. So here, whenever you are developing an AI model, or whenever Microsoft also developed the AI model, it's not that it made it bias that only this kind of people when they do, they will get the loan and the others will be neglected. No, if we are all humans, we should all be treated. We are equals, so we have to all be treated fairly. So that is what is the first principle that it keeps in mind. That every time it has to develop, any time you develop any application, any AI model you develop, fairness has to be considered. Every subject has to be treated with equality, with fairness. So this is the first principle. And the second principle is reliability and safety. Okay, because here you are giving your personal data, right? You're giving out your personal data, your email IDs, numbers, certain personal details at times. Like in ChatGPT, people give what we have seen, the prompts that they give, or certain times they might want to ask certain self-harming, um, like how do I self-harm? How do I, how do I commit a suicide? All those things people also ask. So your model should be able to detect that and stop it there and there. Make it safe for people, like how you have the self-driving cars. So the self-driving cars have to be very well made. They have to consider the road safety and the other cars. Probably the other car, there are humans in there, but you have to keep an adequate distance between them. Ensure before anything happens, it is handled properly. It is kept safe, right? Like if people ask prompts like how to self-harm them, how to commit suicide, how to kill somebody, anything related to violence, any sexual content that is asked, any self-harm that is there, anything related to politics, religion, if you don't want. So make your AI systems safe. Make them test the output, undergo a rigorous testing, undergo a rigorous training so that your data is first of all kept safe. Okay, although like for example, if you're training an AI model to diagnose patient symptoms, so you need those symptoms, and at times people don't like to share their symptoms, right? Unless it's a doctor. So over here, you have to keep that data safe. And apart from that, if that AI system is unreliable, it is going to lead to risk of human life. Your Tesla cars, those self-driven cars. If you don't take necessary actions, if it is unreliable, there are lots of accidents that are happening. There is human life at risk, right? And it is very dangerous then. So you have to keep your AI systems reliable and safe. So that is the second principle that you have to keep in mind. Then the third principle that you have to keep in mind while developing your AI solutions is privacy and security. Okay, it is privacy of, because like I said, personal data is there, large volume of data you are giving. It's personal data, numbers, credit card numbers, your all those things are private, photos and everything. It's secure. It has to be kept secure. You can't allow anyone to come and use this data, sell this data. It has to be kept private. It has to be kept secured, right? Whatever data you predict, also, whatever new details you get in, it must be kept private. So that is the third principle. Then the fourth principle is inclusiveness. Now, what do I mean by inclusiveness? Inclusiveness means because we are all people. Now, some people might have some physical disabilities, right? Like, not just physical disabilities or gender issues or sexual orientation or ethnicity. We are all people. We are different from one another. So whenever you're developing an AI solution, it shouldn't be, or it should be designed in such a way that it caters every person's problem, because we are a diverse group of people. Some have physical disabilities, some have other challenges that are there. So it shouldn't be that when you develop an AI solution, it doesn't cater to those kind of people. It has to include all of them. Like I said, we are all humans, we are all equal. So it has to include all of them. For men, you make this application, but for women, you don't, or whatever, right? If it's, and it has to consider every human being that is there. Everyone has to be involved in the AI application that you have developed. So it's when you're developing it, it shouldn't be catered for just one type of people, but it has to be catering to every person that is there. So this is the fourth principle that you have to adhere to whenever you are developing an AI model, and if you want it to be responsible, right? Then the fifth principle is transparency. Because here we are like, for example, you have developed an AI model that is based on, is predicting certain uh, financial investments, where to do, how to manage your financial investments, let's say. So it's, you're giving your personal finance data, right? And based on that, it is doing a lot of predictions. It is coming out with the output and all those things, right? It is giving you a lot of, I mean, it is taking that private data of yours and using it and coming up with the investment plan for you. Right, this is where you invest, this is what you do, and etc. etc. All of that is there. So, what kind of factors is the model using to predict that outcome? What is the yeah, what kind of, it should keep the AI system a little transparent, right? On what sort of data is it done the prediction? Like, for example, when you take, or when you have that facial recognition system where you identify people from the face. So it's a personal data. It relies heavily on the personal data. You need photos or faces of people, and based on that, it is going to recognize that person. So it's a personal data that is shared, correct? So you have to tell the end user, you have to make it clear how the data is used, how is the data retained, who has the access, who doesn't have the access. You have to be very transparent. People have to be, or users have to be fully made aware about the purpose of the system, how it works, how is your facial recognition working, what are the terms and conditions, what is the limitation. All those things have to be explored, I mean, have to be added whenever you develop an AI solution. You have to be transparent. This is how it works. This is the kind of data it is using, right? All those details have to be mentioned over here. It has to be as transparent as possible, correct? So that is your next principle that makes your AI solution responsible. And the last and the final principle that makes your AI solution responsible is called as accountability. Now, what do I mean by accountability? Because here again, personal data is involved, like you're on Facebook or Instagram or somewhere, you post in your own data, right? Or, for example, if we have the self-driving cars, which Tesla has launched, so any mishap happens, any accident happens, who is responsible for it? Who has to be held accountable for it? Is it Tesla? Is it the what? Who is accountable? Is it the government? Who is it? Who has to be held? Who has to take the responsibility that the model did not work properly? It because of that, an accident happened. What are the legal standards? What is the legal policies? What are the compliance policies that are there? We need to adhere to them. There has to be a framework to it because somebody has to be held accountable. Everyone can't say, oh, this is not my problem, it's an AI system and etc. But somebody has developed that AI system. So somebody has to take care of it, right? So who is accountable? It has to be clearly defined. There has to be a clear legal approach to it. Government, organizations have to ensure that these legal standards are clearly defined, are met before any AI solution is made available, any AI app is made available to people. Because here, all these AI services Microsoft has created, so it is responsible for it, it is accountable for it. Whatever data you add to it, it is responsible for that. Correct? It is responsible. It is somebody who is going to take care of it. Correct? So this is your responsible AI. These are the features, these are the principles that Microsoft or whenever you develop an AI model, you have to keep in mind. You have to make sure because with great power comes great responsibility. So you need that over here. And that is what these 6 principles will help you do. So now let's do one thing. Um, let's very quickly create an AI Foundry project, okay, hub project. Let's very quickly do that. And once we create that, then we will take a break. Okay, so we will very quickly. So in order to create the Foundry project, you will have to go, you'll need an Azure subscription. So I already have the subscription with me. Okay, and now all this that we talked about, the Azure AI Foundry, all all of that, Azure has created or Microsoft has created a separate URL for it, a separate endpoint for it, which they call it as the ai.azure.com, or I think it's ai.azure.com. So all your models, LLMs, OpenAI, or the Azure AI services, agentic AI, everything. They've put in this Foundry portal, which is a web-based portal as we discussed. So everything's been put there. So they have created a separate URL for it. So if you have to use that, you go to ai.azure.com and you can use the Foundry portal. So here I'll very quickly sign in. I already have signed into my portal, the same thing. So in the portal, you require subscription, you require resource group, everything. We will be using that here. So I've logged in. So this is your Azure AI Foundry. So if you see this, let's very quickly just go through this thing. So I told you when you work on the AI Foundry, there are 2 types of projects you can create. One is an AI Foundry project and second is a hub-based project. So where to create them? So just come to the create button here. And can you see you get the option to choose which resource do you want to create? So I would always recommend you all to use the hub because you get the security as your key vault. You get the block storage preference. So go with the hub. So we will be creating one. I'll be very quickly creating one and showing it to you all. But if you scroll down, you will see that there is a model catalog. So if you go to the full model catalog, so these are your LLM or the GPT or the Gen AI models. Okay, so if you see, these are the models, not just Microsoft or OpenAI models you will see like Copilot. Copilot is also Microsoft's GPT model, right? Or OpenAI models. But you will also see third-party sources like Llama, Gemini. Okay, Llama is Facebook or Meta's, right? We have Gemini, a lot of third-party sources. So if you click on the next button, you will see DeepSeek is also there. So Microsoft has a tie-up with not just OpenAI, but other enterprises also, and they are providing the model. So what are they doing? You are using that same model, but you're using which cloud? You're using the Azure cloud platform and deploying these models there. So whatever payment and whatever subscription you have, it is being billed from your Azure subscription. Okay, so this is, you can select any model you like. Okay, it's up to you all. You can select any model and you can use that to develop your AI solution. Okay, so you have a list of models. Just go ahead and search for it. Whichever model you like, you can just use that. So this is the model catalog. It is termed as the model catalog where you get all the models that you require. Okay, so this is the model catalog. Then you can see you have the Azure AI services. So if you want to use only the AI services as a multi-service, so you can use that. You can see. You can also work with agentic AI. So we will be seeing that as well. So now let's very quickly create a resource here. Or let's start developing. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's start creating a Gen AI model. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to this model. Okay, we are going to use a GPT-4o model. We are going to deploy this and we are going to use this. Okay. Before that, I wanted to show you all. Edit the resource part. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's first of all create a LLM model. So we will work with the generative AI. So let's just deploy that here. So I'm going to search for the GPT-4o model. So I'll be using this model. That is the chat completion model. So I'm going to use this. And we are going to deploy a Azure AI Foundry Hub project using this model. Okay, inside that project, we are going to get everything that we require to build our AI or generative AI solution. I would say generative AI. Now, what is generative AI? We all know, we have seen something that generates content, text. Okay, so here we are going to work with text and generate text data. Now, what is that? We will be asking questions. We will be writing something called as prompts. Now, what is these prompts and etc.? We will one at a time once we deploy the model. So we need to use a model in order to use the generative AI. So here I will be using the GPT-4o model. You can use any model like that you like. Like I said, you can go with the third party. So I'm going with the GPT-4o model and I'm going to say use this model. Now to this, I want to give a project name. So I'll be giving it a project name. I'll call this as the webinar project. And I will be creating a new resource group. Call this as webinar. So that whatever I create here, everything is put in one. So here I've created a resource group. So guys, this is one of the way you can directly come here and you can uh, create the project directly. So this is going to create a hub project for you, or it's we'll go with this only. So we'll call this as webinar project. This is the approach only. I'll create a new resource group. Call this as webinar. Click on OK. And let's just let it validate. So here you have to give your subscription. Another way is you can come to the Azure portal. You can search for Azure AI Foundry. Okay, you can search for the Azure AI Foundry. And here also, you can create a hub, AI Foundry. So you can just click on the create hub. Either one of the ways, it's up to you. Okay, just the same thing. You have to just give it a name, select a region, select a resource group, whichever region. So you can see these are the list of regions where you can deploy the Azure AI solution. Give it a name, your resource, that is the Azure AI resource that you want to give. So you can come and fill out these details. Otherwise, you can just directly do it here. So I'll just click on the create button. I'll do it here instead of doing it in the portal. So just click on the create button. So once this project, so it's just creating a project here. Now inside this project, we need to deploy the model, that is the GPT-4o model that we will be consuming, right, for our application. So once it is created, we will have to deploy the model, that is the GPT-4o model. So once the project is set up, inside that project, it is going to deploy the GPT-4o model. So we'll just wait for it. And once it creates the model, we will take a break of 45 minutes. And after the 45 minutes are over, we will continue with some more demos, with some more concepts. Yeah, so you can see the project is ready. Now it is deploying the model. It's just asking for certain features over here that we have to. So so you can see it is using 50 tokens, prompts, the number of prompts we can give, the type of deployment. So here there is a different way of deploying, because like I said, you need physical resources. So this is what this deployment type talks about. Okay, and then you have the key, you have the region and etc. So here I'm not customizing anything as such. Okay, I'm going to keep things as it is. So here I'm just going to click on the deploy button and deploy the 4o model, GPT-4o. So you can see it has been deployed here. So this is my project. So inside my project, I can have a lot of deployments, everyone. I can create. So if you see GPT-4o is deployed. So this is our LLM model, right? LLM that we have deployed here. So you can have lots of models, not just this. You can even create a new model. Just go to deploy, select deploy base model. And the same list of models that I showed you all in the model catalog, the same list you can see over here. So you can search for the model, and in the same project, right? Like how you have a folder and inside that folder you put in all the files. The same thing you're doing here. So if you have multiple models that you want to use, so you can put them in one project itself. And that is your project. So this is what is the project. So if you go to the Azure AI Foundry, you will see a project is created. So if you select that, so inside that only an AI Foundry service will be created, which you are using. And now if you want to go and see the model, so you'll go to models plus endpoints. And can you see the models that you have deployed? And now if you go to that model, so like I told you, that model has an endpoint and has a key. So can you see this is the endpoint and this is the key, which you can use and you can build a client application around it. Okay, you can build a client application around it. So over here now, we'll just take a break. And once we come back from the break, we will just explore this, how to use this. We will be seeing that. Okay, so I'll just start the clock for, let's not take a longer break so that we can end very early. So let's take a 45-minute break. And after 45 minutes, we will continue with this topic. So I'll just start the clock for 45 minutes, and when the time is over, we will resume the session. So I'm going on mute and I'll see you all after the break.